Good stream. I went and did my show prep run around, which is good because it turned out to be a little bit more difficult than I was anticipating, but that's okay. This is the Atelier Nekozuki stream. I'm Katie, and we're going to just put our heads down and sew as much as we can. I think I'm something around 50 bags away from the end. And basically at this point we are going to finish whatever we can before I need to go pick up my kiddos, and then we'll work out the rest of my evening stuff around that. So I need to be heading off of the stream here in about 4 hours. So it is now gorgeously sunny. The portion of the driveway that I shoveled is now dry, and I took the Jeep for errands, so I shoveled that section. I didn't do a very good job of it, but I cleared out the big snow piles that were under the Jeep at least, because then it's going to also dry out as far as I can tell, so that'll be good. Just was confirming childcare. I'm going to take the kiddos down to my sister-in-law because that is, she's a little bit more of a morning person than my mother-in-law. And then I was like, I've arranged it so that you can drop them off with my mother-in-law, although I gotta still call my mother-in-law and just confirm everything, but we'll do that on the way to picking up kids. So, but yeah, I think the big thing I needed a break from the sewing machine, to be honest. I know I definitely hit my wall yesterday for just like, between the children waking up and choosing violence, and I just hit my show prep wall, so I needed the break. I went and got myself lunch, ate it facing a park, so that helped too, I think. And just running errands by myself instead of having to like navigate children at the same time is like typically a relief as well. Just getting started on getting more of these done. I have not gone for my run, even though I said I needed to do it, but I'm thinking what I'll do is I'll load the truck and then I'll attempt to get my run done once the kids are home. At least we'll try, and if nothing else, I will walk it. Could always go, actually, if it dries up, then I could even go outside with them, realistically. Although they might not, well, we could change them into PJs and then they could fall asleep in the stroller. That would be kind of awesome and totally possible. Whatever, not a big deal either way. Excuse me. Okay. Alice bag. Okay, so a lot of the cotton linen blends actually did miss their tags, simply because I wasn't in the, like, on a roll with the tagging when I was sewing them, because they were the first ones under the machine. So we'll have to add them in as we sew the interiors here. And seriously, it is, it's so good. I don't mind taking my kids. It's really good for them too, but it's just like most of it is just not having to load them in and out of their car seats if I have to go to multiple places. That's the biggest benefit most of the time. Not to mention the whole not having to worry about them in the carts and stuff, but I think we've discussed this before, where it's just like also gives you like the mental space to make the decisions that sometimes I can't make until I'm like standing in front of the shelves and stuff like that. So today it was like display stuff, and if I had had kids with me, I wouldn't have found one of the things that hopefully will work really well. So granted, we'll see, but it's basically Canadian Tire had a fruit stand on sale for half price, or damn near half price, close enough. And I was like, that might be really, because I couldn't find I eventually found the things for the wristlets, but I was also looking at it and I'm like, that would be really good for like when I have a small number of notions pouches, which is what we have right now. So there we go. Just confirming details with my sister-in-law. It's like I have to leave the house around like 6:30. Like I have to be leaving this place, so I'll have to like drop the kids off. Have to drop the kids off with the Jeep because it has car seats for them in there. And then yeah. Oh, which means I also need to make sure that I know where both sets of keys are. Okay, good. And I did sew the tag in on the other end there. So yes, it is absolutely spectacularly gorgeous out right now. Besides the fact that there's still a bunch of like snow on the ground. The bobbin is not out of thread. It looked like it was, but it's not. Good. I was looking at the forecast for the rest of the week, and it looks like it's all supposed to be like very decent weather. So I am excited for that as well. Does mean on Monday I'll make sure I get outside for my run. I'm like, I should come work on Monday, and I'm like half like yes and half like ooh, we may or may not. I don't know. Well, it might be also good to just take a reset day. Although at the same time, it's like April is not the month to take a reset day, and Sunday will already be kind of a reset day. I'll figure it out. Although we are going to go in and we are going to finish the large box bags. I was going to switch tasks and start the Kato, but we're going to finish the rest of these large box bags. Good news there being that as much as I'll hang out with the kids on Sunday, they'll still want to do some TV time. So I'll do some work while they do that. There's probably about 2.5 hours left of cutting the box edges for the large box bags, and then the actual sewing of them. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe take like the morning and then come on in the afternoon like I did today. Although I was on for a little bit this morning, but I was just... it wasn't working. So... it's one of the issues I do have, because it's like the kids are in care so that I can work, which is awesome. And like it's really good for them too. They would still be in care whether I was like working from home or not. But like it's one of the things trying to deal with, because sometimes I just need the day. Because like Sunday will be a bit of a reset day, but it's still going to be very much, I'm starting to think of it as like care tasks. And that's what takes, it's not that I can't work while they're home, but having to do all the care tasks for little people with the work is what gets to be a bit much. some days. Especially when they do also choose, like, to be feral. I know they're toddlers. They're going to be feral anyway, but definitely feels like they wake up and are like, I'm going to be feral. Usually I blame the full moon, but we're coming up on the new moon, so I don't know what's happening. I think it's just that they're children. The youngest has been very sensitive recently, so it's just like, just something to weather. There's not really anything we can do about it. But it'll be good for them to go to school on Monday and for me to, take a half day. Yes. Compromise. It's not all black and white. I also have random care tasks for myself. Like I need to go get a new pair of like non-running walking shoes so that I'm not wearing out my running shoes all the time. But maybe that's something I'll go do on Monday, especially as the weather's gotten better and we'll start walking outside more too. So, and that's the deal even today. It's like I do technically have to do 3 miles. So it's like, okay, doesn't matter how fast you do it. You just eventually got to get it done. So, we'll see. I was not picky about what I pulled last night. We were just working through the pile. So this is a very nice random selection of bags that we're going to have finished for Shindig. And the words were there and now they're gone, maybe. Except for the Shiba Inu bags. So I did finish the small box bags that had been missing their handles. So there's going to be matching small box bags for the Shiba Inu because I saw them in the pile and I'm like, okay, we are going to make sure that those are finished because like if I mentioned that a matching set would be kind of cool. And so I was like, okay, I better finish them. I know I've been excitedly talking about Omatsuri, but it does look like it may not be an event that I do for the next couple of years, at least this year, because they want everyone to do the night market, which is fine. I think it's a good move on their part, but it makes it just a bit too much with the age that the kids are right now, given that like they're just really young. So I'm not super comfortable with them sleeping over at people's places yet. And just, they need a couple more years. So I think I'm going to have to email them and be like, all right, keep me on the list, please, because like that's always good. And if it changes next year, I don't want to be off the list. It's just kind of sad because it's like, it's one of those ones that I want to build some momentum at. And it's like, oh. Well, the other part of this too is like, I don't know what the dates will be next year. They might be on a weekend that Dallas is home. That's the other, like that changes everything completely. So who knows? But for this year, I guess it does ease off my August significantly though too, which is kind of like, well, it might be a blessing in disguise given that like Knit City is the week afterwards. And so my attention doesn't have to be quite as divided over the summer. And then I can build stock for like the one-day Kimono market that they host in November. And that can be like the focus that we have for the fall time a little bit more. So, but yeah, it's just been kind of a day of like, or a couple days of just like, oh man. We're also expecting a little bit more money from, so Dallas has had this like, promotion to manager, which comes with long-term investments, which is cool and all, but we were like the way that they were previously structured. We just found out that they have a new structure. The way they were previously structured is like, okay, you get a payout of these shares at like a third every year, and then like the company keeps contributing into these long-term investments. It's basically like your retention bonus. So like if you stay with the company, you get paid out a certain amount every year, which is still what's going to happen. But what they changed last year, right as Dallas got into this structure, was that the payout happens in 3 years from when they are initially put into the investment fund. It's not an investment fund, it's shares in the company. And it's just like, and this has changed for everyone too. And obviously it's a fine print thing, so it's in the contract that you sign, but everyone just assumed that it was staying the same, and they didn't even tell any of the longer term employees. And it's just like, I don't know. There's a lot of benefits. Because, so what happened is Husky merged with Synovus, and Dallas is a legacy Husky employee. And so a lot of things have changed, obviously. Although one of the big benefits is that there is a significant amount of capital going into his project, which is awesome. It means that the project will remain stable. But around the same time, he got moved up into like this new managerial position, and it's just kind of been a rough transition. It's less pay. He works as many or more hours, and like is not overtime eligible, which it's like, yeah. So like these benefits of these things are supposed to come through, and then they, yeah. Again, totally in the contract. Fully read the contract, but when you're kind of like, the project has been operating under a certain set for like 15 years, changing that and not like highlighting, I guess, is kind of myrrh. Oh well, small issues, I guess, but it does mean that he's going to have a really nice payout in 26. So I told him, all right, we're not even going, like, well, we're not going to like do a full blowout, but we're just going to do Japan and like when we want, and not really worry about the like flight differences and stuff like that. Still do the most we'll do it the most cost effective way we can, with some like, without being quite as concerned about like flight prices and stuff like that, so we can go do the marathons. But yeah, it's like, become a manager, it's good for your career. And then it's just been like, I also don't know how much higher he can actually go, or he wants to go. I think like he's kind of at the position he wants to be in, so. Oh well, the sun is shining right now. Flynn is quality control inspecting. He's sitting on the ironing table where all the bags are going right now. And Dahlia is in her cat tree with her knitting pad, her heating pad. And we're working with some gorgeous fabrics. Can't get much better than that for us. And then I think after, so there's 2 more, and then there's 10, 20, 30, 40. So there's 42 right now. I'm glad that the roads are clearing up though, because like when I drove the kids into preschool today, the back like residential streets were just like a skating rink basically. It was actually pretty intense. So we must have we had sleet yesterday, and then it must have just been like packed down from the first commuters of the day or something like that. So hopefully now it'll all just kind of be dry and done. And hopefully that means that more people will be out at Shindig tomorrow instead of worrying about road conditions. Because I think it's supposed to just be nice again tomorrow as well. Oh. Did we get the back stitch done? We did. The bobbin ran out like right as we pulled out of the from under the needle. That is the best time for a bobbin to wind out, like run out. Although I'll still go in and just back stitch a little bit just to make sure that it's like the seam's finished. Go. So I do go over each of the, basically all these seams have had their threads cut, so I make sure that I do go over the different, or like in the middle here, that they get tacked down and finished as well, just because the intersecting seams are a point of like stress. These end seams shouldn't be too much. It's mostly like on the, so the handle and the zipper. Ends, which we've already like tacked down the zipper ends very well. They get top stitched or back stitched to both the exterior, and then they also get double stitched into the interior as well, so that there's no like holes for stitch markers or small sundries to like slip in between the interior and exterior. But the other place that there can be stress is obviously on the handle, so we make sure that it gets a little bit extra TLC right at the seam line at least. Now I did talk about doing these as a triangle sew, and then I realized with me inserting the handle like this, that will not fly. So that's why we're back to the normal, what I've done for these bags for like over a decade, and that's fine too, but sometimes you gotta think about trying new things to see how they work. Like putting the tags into the like end seams instead of wedge seams, although I kept forgetting, so that didn't necessarily work in all their favors. And then because that's, so these, again, that seam line got cut, so what I was just doing there is back stitching it so that when we turn the bag through it, it doesn't get damaged as easily. Or at least it doesn't pull that seam out as easily. Still have to be careful because it's like, it's still a bag being turned through a fairly small opening. That's why it's called birthing a bag. Is it a disturbing image? Yes. Is it the truth? Also, yes. I had very positive birth stories. I will not tell them unless someone asks, because I remember we had just announced to one of Dallas's coworkers that we were pregnant, and they had just had their first little one. And she's like, do you want to hear my birth story? And I'm like, no. And then she went on to basically tell me one of the most traumatic birth stories. And I'm like, if I had asked to hear it, all the power, go for it, right? But I'm like, I'm newly pregnant, and I know that there's horrific birth stories, and I don't need to hear another. Anyway, the one thing I do remember, though, is with the first, they're like, do you want to reach down and touch their head? And I'm like, no! Made all the nurses laugh in the room. And they're like, well, some people find it, like, good to do. And I'm like, no. I don't need to do that. Remember Dallas saying that he was like, oh, this isn't so bad. It's like, it's tiny. And then he said that suddenly there was just like this face. And it was a lot larger than he was anticipating. I'm like, yeah, that sounds about right. And that's what it felt like, that's for sure. Suddenly there's a face. Yeah. Oh my God, they were so long. So the first was, well, they weren't insanely long. The first was 22 hours. But I had 3 to 4 hours to push in with the first, and that's what was really intense. My suggestion now is, if anyone asks me what they should put in their hospital bag, is a button-down shirt, because like trying to get a t-shirt over my head for the 2 to 3 days afterwards, I was so sore in my upper body, because it was a bed birth in the hospital, so I was on my back. I know there's other positions, but I also had a very good epidural, so I don't think I could have gotten into those positions. And then the second, it was only like 30 minutes of pushing, both inductions, but it was still like a 24, 25 hour from like when I got in to when they were out. And that's just because at that point they were just busy, and they kept apologizing, like, we're so sorry. And it's like, honestly, if you're not in here constantly, it means that I am not like high risk. Well, I'm not an emergency, and that's where we want to stay. Help the other mamas who obviously need more help than me. Although they did ask if I wanted this. They're like, yeah, this nurse that like helped deliver last year is here. And they're like, oh, okay. And they're like, do you want her to come in? I'm like, no. And I ended up with actually a couple very nice younger nurses with the second. So I'm glad I said no to that. Although the nurse that had hung out around with us all night actually came back. The second was delivered right around shift turnover. And basically all the staff that had been on overnight they said that they were helping a mama who was, well, they said not in good shape. So I hope that everything turned out all right. And basically I got the like super fresh doctors, which was awesome. Exactly right. So still remember with the second, because I went in and I was like, they checked. I was like, they didn't need to, because they were both inductions. Checked. I didn't need a balloon for it the second time around because I was already quite dilated. I'm pretty sure that the second, as angry as they were to be evicted, was probably coming within the next like week anyway. But they, and the poor nurse, she was pregnant with her first 33 weeks or something like that. And I was like, came in and I'm like, I want an epidural as soon as we can get it, because I'm like, I'm just done. You could just tell that she was shocked. And then the other nurse who came in, she's like, yeah, I've had 4 kids. You're smart. Get that epidural. Again, all the power to anyone who wants to do natural or unmedicated or just doesn't have the time to do it, but we knew I had the time, so. And now we're done. 2 is enough. I think I've said before, but dolls want 3, and my whole thing was like, you cannot outnumber my hands. I'm already outnumbered when he's like at work, so no outnumbering my hands. Also comes down to the fact that like at this point, to like live the life that we want to as like single income, plus mine, but mine goes back into the business at this point. We couldn't actually afford a 3rd child. And everything is like set up for 2, like a family of 4 as well, which is the insane part. If we had more kids, we'd need like different vehicles and everything. So for us, it just didn't make sense. Plus I hated being pregnant. I was so done being pregnant by the end of it. And I know that's partly swayed by the fact that they were so close together, but they love each other. All my arguments for having them as close as they are have actually worked out. I was at Costco the other day and there was a mama and they had a young one, maybe not like newborn, but like probably first 6 months sort of thing, in the carrier in the basket, and then they had a young one actually in the top too. So I was like, how old are they? Because they looked to be like a very similar age gap as ours. And she said they're actually 18 months apart. But then she went and she said that she has 4 under 5. And I was like, oh, that's busy. So, a very busy time. Oh man, that sucks. That's part of what it was. Is like, because I knew I was going in to be induced. They ended up having to like break my water and everything like that because the Pitocin was working fine. But it just like, I was progressing, but like I said, that second was like angry and did not want to be evicted. I waited longer with the first, and I wish that I hadn't, even though they were super long labors. It's like, I wish in part because they were long labors, I was like, I wish I had like gotten it earlier with the first, and that's why I got it like as soon as I could with the second. It's just like, get that epidural in and get this baby out, and then we're done. Well, the first time they showed me the like cord that came out afterwards, and I'm like, all right, I don't think I needed to see that. That was the most traumatic part of the whole birthing process for me. Which is awesome. That's super good. I know with the second the doctor was in and she's like doing like a warm compress and all of that, and she's like, is this helping? And I'm like, I can't feel anything because I have an epidural, so I appreciate the effort, but it's making no difference. She had a good sense of humor, at least. But that was also nice because it was like she was freshly on shift and all of that. So came on shift, delivered a baby, went about her day, delivering other babies. Ugh, okay. For some reason, the bobbin thread is caught underneath. So let's see if I can get it. Oh, I see what's up. There we go. Okay. Gonna reseat the bobbin here. Yeah, I'm very glad that one of the main arguments I had for like, because originally we were gonna have a larger gap between them, and then we had the first, and I went, you know what, if we're gonna do 2, let's just do 2, because then, well, if it took a while to get pregnant, then we were like, we would have the age gap that we wanted anyway. We were extremely lucky that we didn't have a delay. But it was like, then I can just stay on the insulin. It, like, basically have one long postpartum recovery instead of recover and then do it all over again. That was the big one for me. And yes, it's taxing on your body in different ways to have them that close together, but it worked for us. It was also a little bit like, well, we're in the middle of the pandemic and we're not going to like go anywhere. So by the time, well, at that point it looked like we were going to have a little bit looser restrictions at some point. But it was kind of like once we start like actually wanting to travel again, things should have opened back up a bit more. But yeah, it's funny because one of my friends is like, yeah, a lot of people measure their pandemics in like this fashion and this fashion. And all I tell people is it's like, well, my friend went in pregnant and she came out with 2 kids or something like that. Well, yeah, pretty much. I am over sewing. I hit that wall yesterday. Obviously, I will get through as much as I can today, but I am, yeah. I think Sunday we're going, I'm gonna look at the forecast first, but I'm thinking the kids, I want to do little garden boxes with the kids. So I'm thinking we might go and like get our seeds and some pots on Sunday and plant. I'm just like debating because it's like I'm 100% sure we're going to have another frost before spring really gets here. And I'm like, do I want to commit to having to lift garden boxes, like be responsible to lift garden boxes in and out of the house every day? Oh, and we're going away at the end of the month to Dawson. Although that's only one day, so if we put them down... Anyway, I do want to do that. I just don't know if this weekend would be a good weekend to do it or not. If I'm like jumping the gun and it's a little bit too early. Actually, I read that. I think I'm supposed to be, if I want to get ranunculus, I should be planting them now because they're a cold weather hardy, or they need the cold weather to like root and go, I guess. I should try and find, it was information on a reel, so I should almost go try to find the reel and see what it said, because I know that someone asked specifically for the Calgary area, so maybe I should do that. Bees and strawberries. Last call on the bees and strawberries for this shape and size. I'm pretty sure we've got the Kato maybe coming in it. And then everything else will be like small. It won't be like multi-skein bags because I don't think there's enough for... I don't think we got a small box bag out of the cut, did we? I can't remember now. I know there's some in there. I'm pretty sure there's a Kato as a back cut to the large box bag, and that That's all I'm pretty sure about. Also, this turned out, with this red zipper, this turned out spectacular. Super happy. Ooh, so I went to the dollar store because I was like, okay, they should have the spice racks I'm thinking of. They did not. Canadian Tire did, at least. But they had these like table shelves, they call them. So they're a little like, almost like, well, they're a table, like a little mini table on legs. So I picked up the 2 that they had there because I was like, that would be a really good way to be able to raise some stuff on a table. That'll look classy. And then I did find an angled organizer at Canadian Tire. I'm going to use that for the wristlets, so it'll be perfect for that sort of thing. Because realistically, I'm still going to use that space on the table. So it's like having a little lift on it isn't going to be, like, it shouldn't take up more room or anything like that. And then because I've gotten cleared out of quite a few of my eyeglass cases, I'm going to take the little plate things instead of the, like, it always sounds like people are walking around upstairs, but it must be the cats. Yeah, they're basically like plate racks from IKEA. Which, hey, if it works, it works. Keep putting the handles on top of the like thread snips, so it's like, where did they go? They were right here, and they're still right exactly where they were, just covered. Yeah, I'm just thinking about tonight. It's like, come home, give the babies their iPads, can do whatever they want, load the truck, get them into PJs, and then go for my run with them. Yeah. And then the hope with them being in PJs is that I can just transfer them to their beds because they should fall asleep. And if nothing else, I can at least do a 3-mile walk. This one is so adorable. Like, sorry, I was just looking at the print. So there's like banana cat with strawberry, and then there's banana cat with banana hat. And it's like super muted colors, but it's also bright at the same time. It reminds me very specifically of like old school candy colors almost. And by old school, I mean like mid 90s candies. I guess that's 30 years ago now, but we're gonna ignore that. Oh my god, it's 30 years ago. Maybe like Fun Dip colors. It's not like Nerds. Nerds are too bright, and Mojo wrappers are too bright too. But like it, I don't know. Maybe it's more of the like washed out summer memories of it. That might be it. Memory colors instead of like day of colors. Anyway, I like them. I'll stop waxing poetic about Mojos. I miss Mojos. Pretty sure the last time I went to see how much Mojos were, they're like They don't do individual sales anymore. It's like, I think it's like, what was it? It was something insane for like 100 grams. Not that I buy a lot of candy right now, but on the few occasions that we've gone in to like get candy with the kids or something like that, if you can find Mojo, it's something else too. But they used to be one of my favorite candies as a kid. I loved the banana flavor. It was so artificial and it was amazing. But then I figured out that they had spearmint and that was even better, especially as I got a little bit older. Go to a candy store on Sunday. Only thing is that the candy store in Cochrane is not very good. It's basically just like chocolate bars and stuff like that. And I'm like, that's not the same. I don't really feel like driving all the way to Banff, but we could drive maybe to Camo or something like that. No, I just figured out what I'll do. Find out if one of my friends is free. We're supposed to be going for weekend runs anyway. Going to the city. Do a run. Find a candy store. And not worry about seeds for a couple more weeks, because I don't think we're ready to do seeds yet. Weather-wise. I think the kids would be fine doing seeds. I think the weather is not fine to be doing seeds right now. I love the pink of this like koi, which is not showing up well on camera right now apparently. Hey, there we go. Kind of. Lovely gray dot in the middle of it all. Basically what I did last night, if you weren't around for it, is I cut as many as I could get done before basically midnight. I think I was off by like 12:15. And then that's just what I've set myself to actually finish today, hopefully. And if I finish them before I need to go for kiddos, I will start turning and doing the finishing seams. Although the goal is, well, the goal would be to have that done before the kids come home. That would be amazing. Because it's not like I don't have a bunch of stuff to pack for the show either. Last minute, 100%. When am I not? Being prepared. Never heard of her. It's not like we've really dawdled either. That's the thing. It's like, it's not like I haven't been working on stock. It's just been, I don't know why. It's been hard to like have it be on hand, I guess. Do not roll. Get out of the there's like ruts in the floor protector chair mat. There we go. Because yeah, the shag likes to swallow wheels. Even with the floor protector on it. Chair mat. It's a chair mat. It's not like I'm trying to protect the floor really. Although I guess you could, like, if there's underlay, you could dent the underlay, but meh. There is a nice big pile developing on that ironing table, so we're just over 30 bags from the end here. Ooh, the Schwab book that I want to read next actually just came in from the library. So I finished that second-rate book by Geneva Lee. I was wrong. Those books are spicy. It's just very slow burn in some ways. I don't know. It's such a weird combo. It's like someone went, I want to write vampire smut, and then chickened out, and then it's like, wait, no, I've got to write vampire smut. So I don't know. Am I going to like listen to the next book? 100%. But I'm excited that I have Schwab to listen to instead. Actually, maybe that's what I'll listen to while I'm on the run tonight, whether I do treadmill or stroller. And then that's what I can listen to while I'm putting babbies to bed too. If you don't know what I'm talking about, the Schwab book is V.E. Schwab, and this is part of their a darker shade of I think it's called Shades of Magic. like as a series, but I'm on book 2, which is A Gathering of Shadows. Really enjoyed the first book. Actually, this is probably a series I want to purchase. I don't buy a lot of books right now, but I think this might be worthy of adding to the bookshelves. So I did actually have the hard copy out from the library. This is a library loan for the audiobook as well, through Libby. But yeah, I got about halfway through it and then had to return it. So I'm glad the audiobook has come in. And it looks like, from what I can tell, I've set it up so that I'm wherever I was in the hard copy of the book anyway. Because it says I'm already 54% through, which would make sense if I've like borrowed it before, and then it's just like returned around from holds to me. So I guess we'll find out if I remember where I am in the book when I start listening to it. I have to restart it. I'm not too bothered. It's not like it's a like 27-hour audiobook or anything like that, so. Sloths. Okay, where's the... So we'll just start here, and then I will open the zipper when we turn the bag around. Just ran out of bobbin thread. Lovely. Guess we have actually sewn quite a bit since I changed the bobbin last. I'm gonna assume I ran out of bobbin thread. Yes. There we go. Again, that nice cotton linen blend, so the hand is like a little bit, it's not rustic and it's not rough. What did I decide on? It's not as smooth, that's all. It's just not as smooth as this quilt cotton. It was a word I had last night, and I can't remember what it was. It was a nice, like, PC way to put it, because, like, that's the thing, it's not. It's like, the thing that pops into my head is more natural feeling, but cotton is natural as well. So I don't know. Anyway, the hand of it, if you are familiar with cotton linen blends, is a very cotton linen blend. And quite nice. Come here. There we go. Did I put the tag in you? It does not look like I put the tag in, because this would be cotton linen, so it probably got missed, and we gotta open the zipper. Open the zipper. So I normally open the zipper at the beginning, because then I don't forget when I turn the bag. Or like, yeah, when I go to do the bottom stuff. It's not the end of the world to not open the zipper, but my goodness, is it ever easier to turn the birth bag, with the zipper open. That sounds like so many different euphemisms. I'm not going to touch it after our previous discussion / monologue. Actually, I was finding, I scrolled back through my Instagram because I was really curious what my numbers with the algorithm were doing a few years ago, because they've definitely changed. Like, I'm not the only person that's talked about this, but I was seeing the posts from like 2 years ago in like late January, and there was like no hint at all that we were going to be moving at that point. And then it's like 2 months or like a few posts later, it's like I have a moving sale on. I'm like, right. It's just how quickly it all came together, for better or for worse. I don't know. I do know that a laned home just down from us the other day was listed for more than we paid for this house, and I'm just like, that is insane, to be honest. So, although, the market prices have definitely shifted. Strawberries. The strawberries are so good. I know for sure that this natural background color, unbleached background color, and the pink got done, the dusty pink. But the dusty like charcoal will be completed later. So again, that like cotton linen blend, different hand. It's not as thin as quilt cotton either. So it feels like it's a really different tactile experience. I really like it. I like that there is so many cotton linen like options in Japan. I find it like, well, I guess, okay, when I shop at Fabricland on the occasional time that I do, I find finding cotton linen blend to be really difficult. Whereas in Japan, it's just like, yeah, it's here. It's everywhere. Although I feel like Japan might have more of a garment making hobby demographic. I don't know. That I am totally making up. But just thinking about like what cotton linen blend would typically be used for, which is, in my head, it's garments. And bags, obviously. If they have a higher like sewing demographic, that makes sense. But I don't know. I don't know if they do. I should look that up and see. This one did get a tag. Sweet. Okay, and we've opened the zipper. Oh, did I? Damn it. Katie. After all that talk, no, I did not. After all that talk. Oh, actually, the zipper tape is way easier to open. All right, I'll take that. What the heck? That was actually really awesome. So I'm not 100% sure, but I think we might have a pair of nesting birds in our walkout. So the deck above our walkout is like open, and I definitely have seen little birds darting in and out of the like, oh, what are they? Joists, kind of. not the joists, but there's like a front piece that's like a support for the upper deck. And I've seen them darting in and out of there. I told my eldest the other day that we might have nesting birds, and they were like, oh, are they gonna lay eggs for us? And then I'm sure this is gonna get caught, and this is gonna be repeated at school about they were talking about eggs this morning, and I was like, yes, these are chicken eggs. And they're like, what? And I'm like, yes, they don't have babies in them, so we eat them. So then the whole conversation was about how these eggs are not babies. We don't eat babies. I'm like, no, we don't eat babies. Aggie Days is coming up on the Stampede grounds, but it's like over the weekend that I've got the Popup, and then actually we have a friend's birthday party next week. I just realized what should happen is Dallas should take them in and go to Aggie Days with them. Basically, Aggie Days is like, it's, so Stampede used to have a lot more animal exhibits. I understand it's had to shift. But now they do like free Aggie Days in April, which makes more sense because I think there's probably more baby animals in April than there is in July. And these are all like farm animals and all of that. So should send him to go see them because our eldest absolutely adored the draft horses last year. And it's not like they'll be at the Stampede, but it's like lambs and chicks and all of that. I went once by myself because it's a free event, and however, it is a family event. And the amount of looks that I got being, even as a single woman, but because I was an adult without children there, was very uncomfortable. But I was just there to see the lambs. And then there's a woman there drop spindling, so I got to have a really good conversation with them. This was long before I even had kids. But I definitely I have not forgotten the judgment I had. So I didn't go back until I had kids. Even though realistically, in some ways, it's all for me. Oh yeah, they like seeing the bees. They always have beehives set up and stuff. So, yeah, that's what he can do with them next weekend. Haha. Alright, we are down to 30! Sweet, I thought we still had 40 left, so I will take 30. That's even better than I thought it could be. Actually, I am going to take this opportunity to take a break and run out to the washroom. So I'll be back in I don't know, 3 to 5 minutes. All right. Flynn came down to visit, and I picked him up and gave him kisses. He's like, "What is this madness? Why would you defile me in such a fashion?" So hard done by my poor cats. Hey, Delia. Come on up. Just don't use your pointy little nails on me. I need to find your nail clippers and trim both of you. She'll come up and do little happy paws, but her nails are too sharp for happy paws to be comfortable right now. And I cannot for the life of me remember where I put their nail trimmers. They're down here somewhere. Because the last time I trimmed them, we were down here. Where though? I have zero clue. Ooh, that tag is a little bit too close. Ooh, it gets sewn into the seam. That's not going to fly. Okay. Seam ripper, which was over here last night. Okay, well, we'll use this one at least. What are we going to do? I'm going to have to resew this anyway. So we may as well pick it back and then just shimmy the tag over, because there's no point in sewing it in. Well, I gotta resew this anyway, so we may as well sew it in there here where we plan to do it. This is typically also something that would get the bag put into timeout, but you know what? Try to put less bags into timeout. Actually, no, we're not doing that. I was like, if we're going to finish large box bags, we should do the rest of the ones that got set aside for interfacing. But no, because those are at a completely different stage of completion. Those will get done for August. But since basically what we're going to pick up on Monday is all the ones that just need their box edges cut and forward. So I guess I didn't need to backstitch here, but whatever. A few extra stitches in the corner is not going to hurt anything. Okay, there we go. I bet you that other seam ripper is buried here underneath. Of course it's not. Where did I put it? I did not put it in the bin up there. Oh well. This one will go back over there for now. Got like another little clear bin that I was using for the clips back here that has a bunch of notions gathered as well. Weird. Okay, we've done, oh, we got to do the other. This one, and then we can flip it and do the handle end. I like how it's like, I'm going to get more kato done because they're really close to being finished as well. And that's not happening. I hope you heard that exclamation of weird cat. Flynn? Maybe the brain cell was approaching and he was trying to scare it off. What's up? Hi. What do you need? Yeah. Yeah, I love you too. What's up? You gonna survive? All right, I'm glad that got picked up on the mic because that was like half zoomies and half not zoomies. I don't know what that was. Oh, he's just feeling frisky. Okay, it's probably because the window's open and it's actually nice outside. Because the ball track is down and now he's knocking the balls around. Come here. What's up? I still don't have wet food for you. Do you want to come say hi? Ugh, come here. You just need some love and attention. Oh, look at you. You definitely need some more mats cut out, hey? What were those zoomies about? Hey? Cat break. Apparently we just need a cat break. I'll take it. Hey, buddy. You're still a really big cat under all that fluff, hey? Alright. Do you want to go or do you want to stay? You want to climb on the sewing table. That makes sense. Ugh, now I'm covered in cat hair because of course he's shedding. Ugh. Okay, off you go. Okay, yeah. Feeling frisky. Ugh. Okay. I'm going to be paying for that cat break for the next 45 minutes. Dahlia is definitely watching as well. She's up in her cat tree like, don't you dare come any closer. Ugh, yeah, it's like, I'm actually surprised we're not more covered in cat hair. Obviously, it's not, amazing. But I'm surprised there's not more. And we also have the issue of, there's a light-haired cat and there's a dark-haired cat. And then Remy was the worst. And he was, that gray fur, so he was just, no matter what you wore, there was always cat hair. It does seem like some cat hair is definitely worse at sticking, though. So Flynn's is bad, I think mostly because it's fairly downy. Dahlia's is not as bad, and you won't find the hair buffaloes wandering around from her, at least. frisky. He just ran upstairs to do whatever he's going to do. Who knows? Something important to him. An hour and a half, and it's 2 o'clock. I don't even remember where we started for the actual numbers, but I think we'll definitely get these bags done before I need to head out, and I think we'll be able to start turning, and then finishing seams will have to happen tonight, I guess. That's not surprising. That's actually where it was in the mental schedule, so. Now, obviously, if we can start getting them sewn before that, amazing. If we can't, well, my sleep schedule is SOL anyway. My non-existent sleep schedule. Although that will be the glorious part on Sunday, is that I will not have to set an alarm. Those are the best days. Hey, CP. Yeah. Well, there we go. Now we have been blessed with both the quality control inspectors. As I sew a black cat bag. Very appropriate. Now what is he doing? He just jumped off of something upstairs. You go on the chair back. You can fit. Hey, Flin Flon. That's crooked. Damn it. Of course it's like been backstitched. Hi. What are you doing over there? Oh well, at least I only have to like seam rip the handle out. I don't have to do the whole seam. Although it's essentially the whole seam. It's like half of it. This seam ripper seems like it may need to be sharpened. one seam. Release the handle. It's laughing at me right now, I can just tell. It's like, why would we do that? There we go. Okay. Maybe. Haha. Success. Alright. We're just going to re-sew it anyway. I know I said that I didn't have to redo the whole seam, but there's no point in not redoing the whole seam. There. Just need to be straightened out because it was like crooked. Sweet. Improved. All right. This colorway always reminds me very much of like pines in the wintertime. I don't know why. It's kind of like cool browns, cool greens. All of that. So it's very much feels like, especially when you look at it like this. Not Christmas pines, but like winter pine. Or like winter pine forests and stuff like that. Alberta has a lot more, NBC too, I think. I was going to compare it to like Ontario and Quebec, but I have no clue what the like tree makeup in Eastern Canada is. But the number of softwoods, so like pines and spruces and firs versus hardwoods in Alberta and BC is significantly swayed in like the softwood category. So but anyway, it's a little bit kind of dark and moody compared to what I'm wanting to focus on right now, but it's also black cat patchwork. So we're going to finish it anyway. Obviously, like I said, I wasn't being picky about what I got yesterday to like cut for box edges anyway, but I'm glad it is here. Should list it as, if it sticks around there, list it online as like black cat patchwork moody version. Winter pine sounds a little bit more professional. Keep sewing, just keep sewing, just keep sewing. This way. So I need to wash my jeans. Because, of course, I was wearing my jeans last night and then it got thrown up on. Right. Because I'm like, what am I wearing tomorrow? And I didn't actually even think about that until just now. Okay, well, we'll finish some more, and then I'll go upstairs and start laundry. I had washed a bunch of clothes for the kids and stuff like that, and I put it in the dryer yesterday. I put it on. I thought it was on the normal cycle. I do it's technically the sanitized cycle, but it's an auto humidity detection cycle that actually works. I find most of the time normal and stuff like that doesn't work. But anyway, for whatever reason, the sanitized version on this one does. And so the amount of time on the timer was right, and I thought that it was actually on the sanitized cycle. All of this. Went to get clothes out this morning and they were still damp. And I looked at it when I turned it on to start drying them again and realized it was on time to dry. And I'm like, oh, well, that's not going to work. Because if I do it on the time dry, it has to be, it needs more time than was actually on the timer. It's they were large loads, or a large load. I was very annoyed though because that changed the plans for what we were going to wear for school today. So, damn it. I need to remember to check them the night before at least. Okay, yeah, this is the butt end, not the handle end. That's good. This is really interesting because this is also a cotton linen blend, but it's got a lot drapier finish than the sloths do. Lighter kind of. Still daydreaming about how I'm going to do this setup tomorrow because I'm I don't want to have to take the book racks tomorrow if I can avoid it. And I think we can. But I'm also what am I going to use to display planner pouches and stuff? So I'll need to figure that out. So yeah, if I go, sorry, I'm doing like I said, mental booth design. Oh. Okay, and apparently a stretch break. Holy. Oh. Need to get back into like the yoga. So normally, like, we had really good yoga teachers before 2020, and then everyone's lives changed. We had babies and like everything else. And now the yoga teacher, or at least the one that like I typically can get to see, is just no, she just doesn't do it for me. That's the most polite way to put that. So, but there's yoga with Adrienne on YouTube, so I need to get back on and like do her January challenge because I did not finish it this year. Anyway, if I do my normal, I'm thinking, because a 10 by 10 booth, the easiest thing to do is still the U-shape booth. I'm just realizing that I should plan a space in for myself, because I never plan a space in for myself, and that can lead to some difficulties when the booth is full and people need to like check out. Although at the same time, if I don't plan space for myself in the booth, I can pop in and out of the booth, and give people space to go in and out. And that can be my banner spot. Anyway, one side will be the table because the table is 8 feet long. If I plan a space in for me, it will be in that space. But like I said, I think that'll be the banner space. So that also makes sense. It's like eye line for people. And I don't want it blocking the booth. Yeah, so you do like an 8 foot and then you put the sign in the back. Okay, so next time the Nekozuki tags need to go the other, I need to flip them to what I think I need them to be. Because right now they're all basically just showing 100% cotton, 100% cotton, 100% cotton. And I want the logo to be what you see first instead. So anyway, yeah, so it's like do an 8 foot table and then put the banner. And then I'm thinking grid wall, like in a corner. So do. And then the shelf for the Kato. Or should the shelf for the Kato be at the back? Oh, and then I have that handbag rack. Or should we put the... Or we could put... Actually, I should look up the... I'm gonna look at the footprint of that handbag rack. I think it's a 34-inch, which is part of why it's so weird to like place in the booth. I do not need to sign in. I just need to do a search. Handbag rack. Ooh, good thing I bought it last year. Arm length is 18 inches. Base diameter is 34 inches. Okay, yeah, so that's why it's such a weird one to like fit into the booth, is because it's a weird, like most of my stuff is in 4 foot increments. Actually, that's a good point, is what's the size of that shelf? Because I know where they bought them. Folding What size are you? Oh, of course you give it to me in centimeters. Okay, so, well, you're all the same. So 71 centimeters, 2 inches. It's probably 24 inches, isn't it? 28 inches. All right, so that means that if you do a U-shaped booth of 10 by 10, you basically have 30 feet of wall space. The table is 8 by 2, so that's one side of the U, whichever side I put it on. And then the shelf will go is 34, and the handbag rack is 36. So that there is... Actually, I don't think the handbag rack is really... Oh, no, it would work, because the handbag rack could go on the, like, end opposite the table. It's just, it's so useful for, like, the tote bags and stuff like that. It looks really, 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 really good. And then put... Yeah, I might actually have to draw this out. What did I need to go upstairs for? Oh, laundry. That's right. It's 2:30. How is it 2:30? Okay, it's already 2:30. Yay. Obviously I was not anticipating that when I looked up. I did not think it was already 2:30. Yeah, let's grab a piece of paper because this is going to bug me if I don't draw this out, like, right away here. I've got a sketchbook right here. And I even have a pen, so let's do this. Must be upside down. Because I know that there is, yeah, stuff in here. We have a 10 by 10 booth. Where is my ruler? I'm going to use an inch-to-inch thing, although I think this book may not be quite large enough. So let's do a half-scale one because this is a 5-inch ruler. Okay, so this is 10 feet, and this is 10 feet, and this is also 10 feet. Is that a really wavy line? Yes, 100%, but that's okay. Okay, so we're going to do an 8-foot table. So an 8-foot table goes to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's the table. And it comes out 2 feet. And then we can do the handbag rack over here. Just basically this size right here. So handbag rack. Table, which is 8 by 2. And then, so we have, so this is 34 inches, essentially 3 feet. So we've got 7 feet here. Right here, and then we've got 10 feet here. Our banner is going to go here, and then on the table we're going to put the 2 table things I just got from the dollar store, and then we're also going to have things in the middle like the eyeglass dish racks. eyeglass cases. And the stitch marker display. Okay. And then we've got so if this is the handbag rack, I think what we should do is, right, and we don't have 10 feet here, we only have 8 usable feet here. So this is the handbag rack, which is a little bit more like a square. And then I think we put the shelf that we've borrowed right here. So that's 34. So 3 feet, because then there's a little bit of space. And then 7 feet minus the 2, so we've got 5 feet. Yeah, so that means 2 grid wall panels here. We'll triangle shelf. Tri-shelf. And then we'll do, so that's 2 feet, 2 feet, and an extra panel. So I'll need 1 leg here. So we can do 2, 3. Obviously not to scale. So triangle shelf, and that's 2 feet. This direction, we have 8 feet total. So we can do 4 across the back. Okay, so we need 6 grid wall, 6 grid shelves. Can I set up 6 grid shelves myself in that amount of time? I think I can. Should almost find out if a friend could come though. Okay, I think that works. And then the triangle shelves can be here. Although what we're putting on the triangle shelves, I don't know, something. Probably some of these large box bags. And then I can also put a basket here for those things. For triangle pouches. It's going to have wristlets here instead of there. Ooh, we can put all the needle stashers on the table. That's what we can use the fruit stand for. Along with the notions pouches. And then this can be just triangle pouches, tote bags, kato bags. And then this is all box bags, basically, because the box bags look really good on the grid wall. Sweet. Okay, so we need 6 grid shelves, grid wall. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. A basket. A grid basket, grid tri-shelves, okay, folding shelf, handbag rack, we need the 8-foot tablecloth, stand banner, and then we'll also have the trunk of cake cozies. And I need to track down grime guards, because I feel like this might be the show for grime guards for some reason. I don't know why. That's very random, but it feels like it. We've also got the cord locks. All right, there we go. So that actually helps me settle out what I need to get to pack in the truck. I'm glad I asked them to give me a table, because that means that's one less thing that I actually have to set up tomorrow. And I guess there's like the bookmarks and all of that too. So there'll be plenty of stuff to fill the table with, that's for sure. But now, yeah, that takes that a little bit off of my head. Obviously, it's always different going into every single show, so that's going to be a very, like, generic, these are the best laid plans. I might only be able to fit, like, 5 grid wall shelves in there. I don't know. And that'll be fine too if that's all I can do. But we'll do our best. I've also only got 3 hours to set up, so. Yeah, I'm gonna text a friend and find out if they, hey, do you want to come do a like early morning setup with me? That would be a lot of fun. Dallas is really good to help set up, but obviously that is out of the cards this weekend. It is one thing I do like is like with a few of the beer shows versus the one-day shows is being able to set up the night before. And actually it's going to be amazing for Knit City because the kids will be in daycare and Dallas will be home. So it's like the best of both worlds. Also just makes the Saturday way less brutal of a day, to be honest. Because it's like set up, do the show, and tear down all in the same day. Which, like, I was going to say it's gotten harder as I've gotten older, but it was never fun. I'm just saying, it's like, oh my goodness, it's like, oh well, I don't know. The shelf will definitely make it easier. For some reason it looked wider, but I guess it would be 28 inches. So, but right, so if it's like basically 3 feet and just, oh, okay, yeah, so then the 2 and the 2 for sure, 3 for sure. Yeah, that still works the best, I think. It is kind of an awkward setup, but I guess we'll see how, like, it'll come together fine. That's why I don't like drawing them out very often, because they always kind of look just kind of like meh on paper. That is a finished bookmark. It's like, where do I put that? Did I remember that? Right there, I guess? I don't know. Yeah, like drawing them out sometimes just doesn't make a lot of sense as it is. But we'll see if I can get some help. That will help. Haha. And this friend is the one that came up to Knit City a couple of years ago, so She at least kind of knows what she's getting herself into. Thing about it is I can do it myself. So it will get done. All right, no, she had to have stitches yesterday for a known stuff, but that means no. I'm gonna make her haul stuff in with stitches in her arm. Oh, I thought I had plugged my laptop in, but it is saying that the battery is depleting, so that is something I do need to fix right away. Bet you the... Oh, that's because it's like... Yeah. Okay, now it's plugged in. Good. I think the bags are like pressing on it or something like that. Alright, sweet. So even with the faffing around, doing 9 out of 10 bags has put us around half an hour. Oh, we do not need to finish that seam. So that means we've got about an hour worth of work left, so we will get all of the seams done and probably most of the turning done before I have to go pick up kiddos, which is awesome. And then that does mean that when I come back from pickup and everything like that, we will do, and like running and bedtime, I will not be downstairs between picking children up and bedtime. Just, it's not going to work tonight. But that means that I shouldn't have too much work post bedtime time. Oh, this fabric's so good. Yeah, she's worried about getting blood on the product. I'm like, no, I don't want to pop your stitches. Let's not do that. That would suck for everyone involved. Handle. Okay. While I was kind of like trying to math the time is I am going to take a short break and go put clothing for tomorrow in the wash so that I have something to wear that isn't track pants. And then, yeah. All right, 20 bags left, and yes, I will go upstairs and start the laundry, and then we will come back down and wrap up those bags. These are the bags that are left. That's it. Not bad at all. Quite happy. So yeah, probably about another hour or so of work, so I should be back just before 3 o'clock. Because yes, I will also grab a coffee because I'm already upstairs. I may as well. All right, I am back. Apparently my phone decided to turn itself off. What are you doing? Why are you doing it? All right, it's like totally shut off. Fixed. That was easy. Now as long as I can get it into the holder, we'll be good. As like all the notifications come through. Come play your games. I can't play games right now. There's work to do. Okay, we'll swivel back this way a little bit. There we go. All right, laundry is in. So now all I gotta do is remember to put it actually in the dryer. The fact that I need pants is a pretty good push to make sure I get them dried. I also was like, okay, well, if I'm going to be washing them, may as well throw a bunch of other clothes in too. And then I found the stash of my eldest's pants because I was kind of like, well, I was washing laundry because they really need pants. And I was like looking at what was actually going in the wash. And I'm like, there's like not very many pairs of pants here. And so I just found like the half a dozen 8 other pairs of pants that I had been wondering where they had disappeared to. So that's good. They are now in the wash. And I'll remember to put it on the correct cycle tonight in the dryer so that it actually dries. That is the other key part of this, because I do not want to be putting on damp jeans in the morning. That has to be like one of the worst feelings. And it's not like they'll be soaked, but they'll just be like slightly off of dry, especially around like the hem, or not the hems, but the like obviously where the denim is thicker and stuff like that. So so if I'm back, well, I will be back on live stream tonight because there's still work that will not be done before the kiddos are in bed tonight. But if you're back on the live stream with me tonight, you are fully welcome and encouraged to be like, Katie, did you put your clothes in the dryer? And if I haven't, I will scuttle up and do it right away. And if I have, I'll be like, yes. Realistically, the load should only take an hour, so I should probably put them in the dryer before, like, just after 4. I just don't want to leave the dryer running while I'm, like, out getting the kids either, so. Or really that, yeah, and then running while we're out for the run either, which is actually a proponent for trying to do the run here on the treadmill. Actually that, along with the weather, yeah. Flynn is asleep in the eldest's little kid recliner, and it is adorable. I forgot that he really likes those chairs, and I've moved them around a little bit because one of their iPad needed to be charged one day, and that was the closest one to an outlet. And it's under the window, so it's actually a nicer place to sit than where they are typically. So I think the cat is enjoying the fact that it's like under the window is open. And they've got this itty bitty recliner to sleep in. one of the best Facebook Marketplaces, like, finds I've had ever. Where the two little recliners, they're super cute. And the woman delivered them to me even, which was even better. I didn't even have to go down to like pick them up or anything. She was like, yeah, I'll be in Cochrane. I'm like, sweet. Thank you. What was I saying that we should count down to yesterday? Mid-City? And I was just thinking about it again. I'm like, I should find it, like, see if there's like a countdown clock through Streamlabs or something like that. There has to be. I'll just have to take a look and see. There's not much more we can add to the screen, but we could add a countdown clock. Two more scenes, and then we're down to 18 bags. Woohoo! More coffee. And a shower. That's actually the other thing I need to do tonight before. I need to do that at a specific time so that my hair has enough time to dry, so it has the curls instead of just like the big puff ball from sleeping on curls, or like wet curls at least. More or less figured out the key to like second and third day curls, but if you sleep on them before they're dry, then it's just, there's no hope. And there is no time to shower in the morning. Because I usually shower in the morning so that the hair, like if I need to wash my hair, because then it's a non-issue. But there's stuff I need to do today before I shower. The catch-22, right? So down the handles, because otherwise they make the bag look kind of weird because they like push out on it. We'll do the turn seam, or turn stitch there. Alright, I know we have not seen me work on banana cats, but this one was supposed to be finished for Knit City last year, blah blah blah. Obviously did not get finished again because it did not have a handle. So it was one of those situations again of like, well, once I find fabric for it, finish the handle. But this one is funny because it's like a cat came out from a banana. So this is like the same cats as are on that fruit cat print, but they are all bananas, and then the strawberry hat wearing cat is also on this print, if we're lucky. If we get blessed with a strawberry hat cat. Oh man, and this is the non-fusible interfacing, and now that I've gone to the fusible interfacing, we will never be going back, I don't think. It's just so, like, loose. What the heck? It's fine. It does its job, but as much as I complain about adhering the interfacing, I guess we're a fusible convert. Handle time. All right, I think 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5. 1, 2, 3. Oh, 16. All right. Fine. 16. Another one that was supposed to be finished before Knit City. Although this banana cat's basically got right to the end. This one at least was just, it was just cut out. Just. Massive quotation marks around that. But banana cats was like, all it was missing was its handle, nothing else. This needed to still be fully assembled. But it did clear it out of the whip bin. I don't know why it was in the timeout bin, but I must have run out of time. Or it was a duplicate, and we weren't doing duplicates. Actually, that's more likely. I probably actually did sew one of the red ones. And then we didn't finish it because I ran out of time, but we didn't finish it because it was duplicate or something. It doesn't really matter. I just live in my brain. I don't know. I don't know. Also, last like summer was horrendously far away and so short ago that it's not even funny. So about 45 more minutes of work. It looks like we're taking about 3 minutes per bag. Yeah. So just after 4 o'clock, which means we'll have an hour to do as much turning as we can. And then yes, I have to pack my bags and everything like that. But again, it's like one of those situations where, man, I sound like really low committal to these shows, but it's like I'm still very highly committed. It's just, I don't know. It is a smaller booth, so it doesn't feel like as much pressure, even though it's like 100% just as much pressure. And in some ways more, because I don't have as much space to like mess around in as like a 10 by 20. No. It'll all get done. Well, eventually. Not all of this will get done, but that's okay. These bags aren't going anywhere before Monday. Bobbin ran out at the right time. Sweet. Right in between box seams. Oh. More coffee. So nice talking about how the winter pine black cat was so moody compared to a lot of the other ones that I'm working with right now. It's like this retro cafe one is a prime example of like the two ends of the moodiness spectrum that we're working with right now. Drama. And low drama. I should finish one of those, wait. You really need to... Anyway, what I was thinking is I should finish one of the... one of the little wallets and test it out tomorrow for the show, because then I wouldn't have to worry about pockets in my jeans. I just realized I could actually pilfer one of the straps from the webbing straps, and the swivel snap or swivel hook should actually fit in the... I wonder if it would fit in the tabs or not. Because basically to finish it, what I would need to do is sew a strap, and I do not feel like sewing a strap right now. And I won't feel like sewing a strap tonight either. I can already guarantee that. But it would be good to like test out the bags in person before committing to the rest of them. Because I've also seen some other ways to actually sew them recently, and I'm like, that looks like it might produce a crisper bag. 13. Alright, very glad that at least one of the parasol bags is going to be going with us. I just realized what we're going to do on Monday. Is we're going to sew one more embroidery project bag, and get settled on the measurements and the design. So that I can get that custom order from Knit City in September wrapped up, so it's not on my mind, and that is something that we can get new and like done up for Knit City in Calgary in August. And maybe we'll pull fabrics for, I was going to say Obi wallets, but also Obi and Kimono Kato. That's what we should do. We won't cut them, but we'll pull the fabrics and decide on them maybe. We'll also experiment with the wallet that I have. I think it's called the Mia from Miss Freckles Designs. It's a zip wallet, and I really like it. There's a couple like iffy parts about it, so I'm gonna re-watch a video tutorial on it and just see. Yeah, but I have it and I really like it, and I personally prefer wallets with like zips. Although I enjoy making the necessary clutch wallet, which is the one with a flap. We do also need to make some like smaller versions of that. So maybe that's what we'll do on Monday is we'll definitely pin down the final details for the embroidery bag, because that pattern I bought is still a little bit not quite the right size. But I really do want it to be that accordion style. So I think it needs to be it still needs to be, I think, about an inch wider. So I think what I might do is I might take that template and just like make it larger. And like not taller or anything that, but wider. This one's interfacing, I don't think, stuck. Oh well, let's gain sewing in. Don't know why I did that. I know better. Sew the exterior first, then sew the interior. Or else you're in for worlds of trouble. Not really, but it is way easier to sew the exterior and then the interior. I don't know why. Apparently it's some arbitrary rule I've made that I should follow. Alright. Capybara in Hot Springs are coming with me. And you may be like, Katie, don't you need to tag these? Technically, yes. I'm politely ignoring that fact right now. There's also still 3 kato bags to pull drawstrings through still, so there's that too. There's a black version of this one that will eventually be available as well, but honestly I do think I like the blue version just a little bit better. The black version is pretty cute though too, so. And when I say black version, I mean that the background is black, and then it just kind of makes the capybara and the whole print pop a little bit different, so. $11. All right, so if I hadn't had to go out and run errands, I would have been like quite a ways ahead today. So I will remember that. Also, having to dither around about the booth is not something I normally do either, but I do think that that's going to help. And like I said, it's all going to depend tomorrow anyway. I'll show up and I'll probably change it half a dozen times, but we at least know what's going to fit in the booth. That was more what I needed to figure out with that sketch, is like what fits where, or at least what fits. Although, like, being over-prepared is better than being under-prepared. But, oh, actually, the other thing I could do is I could do the dump bin for the triangle pouches, because that usually actually goes over better than the basket on the... Yes. Because the basket works when it's, like, just... Why'd I do that? We're not turning here. We could turn there. Sure, let's leave it open. Whatever. Oh my goodness. The basket works a bit better. It's a little bit less obtrusive than the basket on the grid wall for some reason. It takes up the same floor space more, but I think that would actually work better. Gives the booth a little bit more diversity. And what I mean by diversity is like for your eye to look at. It'd also be a good transition piece between like the table and the grid wall, because then there's not a bunch of hooks kind of sticking out. If I did the actually, yeah, if I started using the little side purse instead of the cash drawer, that saves a lot of hassle too. Now it doesn't really help with coinage, but that's what Ziploc bags or Notions pouches are for. Oh, what thread did you catch on that one? Okay. So then the question becomes, which one do I keep for myself to test with? Do I do fishing cats or do I do sassy cat? I think I need fishing cats, although I love the sassy cat. Fishing cats is also, well, sassy cat got finished better. Wayne in the comments. So basically what I'll do is the phone goes in here along with the cache and the Shopify reader and all of that. That was the whole point of this, getting this developed, was for show use when you don't have, like, if you don't want or don't have pockets at the show. Like, you could wear a dress without pockets. So yeah, let me know. Should I keep black cats on the piano with the lace? Or should I keep the fishing cats? Because obviously if I'm going to prototype it, then I'm going to keep it. I'm leaning towards fishing cats. But definitely weigh in. I want to know. Yes, I only have 2 of them finished because I lost the lining for the other 4. And actually, now that I say that, I don't even know where the other 4 are in the cutting studio right now, which is not shocking, but very annoying. The pockets are here, so like they exist, but there's only even 2 of the pockets here, and I swear there was 6 of them total. If this one was finished, this is the one I would keep, but it's not finished, so I do think I want fishing cats. Now, granted, actually, the main reason I don't want to do the thing is because I have to swap out the thread, but I could, if it's just for me, sew the strap with white thread, because who cares? Really, who cares? I wouldn't care. No, get you to the zipper. Okay, we're down to 10, which means that we're nearly down into single-digit bags to finish, which is very exciting. I have found, yeah, but I was seeing different ways to actually finish those, and I think I found a more satisfactory way. Realistically, it's just an accordion pouch with like a mashup of an accordion pouch with this, which would mean that it would be less warbly on the bottom, so it would look more cohesive, which would be nice. Yeah, and I just realized how to actually sew that without really even having to do a pattern. It would be a riff on this. Because this is the right, like, oh, right. Does it have a tag? It has a tag already. It's the right size and everything like that. And it would probably be more secure. Yeah, this one's like secure enough. But it would be able to carry a bit more weight, probably. And actually, I can show you what I mean, because here's the little Shopify terminal right here. And then what you do is you just slip it in. And then the phone would be here. And then, like, I'll probably slip the cash and, like, coin in there as well. And then it'll have a little plastic snap on the front. Actually, yeah, that looks pretty good. Or you could do the like terminal back here along with the phone, and then use the front as the cash pocket. Because if I don't need a cash drawer in the booth, it is actually that actually saves me a lot of room. And not only just like, I'm not worried so much about the room, I guess, but the maneuvering of me to get to the cash drawer. It also means that I don't have to worry about a cash drawer on 2-day shows sitting there overnight. I do empty it, but makes it less of a target still. I think I like that. The only major drawback I could see to that is that the coins could get, like if you get paid in a lot of coin, it gets heavy. But realistically, the cost of the bags means most of the transactions are either card or bill cash. Most of it. Fishing cats. I'm keeping the fishing cats. Nine. We're down into single digits. Single digits. We're gonna do it. And then I will sew a strap into the bag for myself. Without a slide or anything, because it just needs to be a crossbody. It does not need to be a shoulder bag, ever. For me, so. And I know I said that I'm going to change up the design, so it's like, I'm prototyping the idea more than the actual product. The product is sound. It's prototyping the idea and making sure that that's how it can get used. Plus the purse that I made myself, because I made them with leather, not realizing that my machine wasn't like doing a very good job of sewing through the leather. That's why we switched to webbing for the kato and everything like that. But it's actually like, it broke the other day. Oh, so there's the, I don't need to make a strap for this one. I have a strap already. Perfect. So I'm not even going to worry about that. Because I should just be able to pull the crossbody off of that and use it. It'll be a bit heavy, but it'll still get the idea across. And then I'll focus on getting some of those ready for May. Yes, because they would be really pretty in like kimono and obi as well. I am going to need to go close that window because it is getting actually cold down here. Feels good to shake the cobwebs out, but once we're done this bag, I will go close that window. The pile, it is growing. Keep feeding the pile. Okay, 1 second, I'm just gonna mute the mic. Okay. Down to what, like 8? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then I think there's only like 30, just over 30 left. 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, so like there's only 37 left. There's 37 left there, and it was something like, it was half an hour per 10. So 3 an hour and a half. Just over, say 2 hours worth of work left to cut the remaining box corners. And then how long have we been? We've been 3¼ hours for this. So there's probably about another full day of work there, which really isn't bad, considering that we could still sit down and do most of that work for the cutting after the kiddos go to bed on Sunday night probably. So I think we'll do that, and then on Monday we'll go through and finish sewing them, because it's definitely not going to take the same amount of time as what it's taken today, given that's like 13 bags less. I'm very pleased with how well I've done for getting stock done for the show, though. Considering that we both got like so sick last week. I am glad I am not feeling like that this week. Holy, that would have been, if I was feeling the way, like if I was feeling today what I was feeling like last Thursday, I wouldn't be going to Shindig tomorrow. So I'm glad that has passed. Thank goodness. I am still going to be masking up tomorrow because it's like, I am, well, who knows if I have something or not, if we have another new bug of the week, and I'm just not willing to do that right now. There we go. compared to the winter pine. This is like black cat patchwork with warm autumn tones, because it's all fairly warm toned. Even the greens are fairly warm toned versus like a cooler tone. Alright, once we're done sewing these, I'm going to put some hand lotion on. Because we are still battling winter, apparently, and my hands are still losing. Although nowhere near as bad as last year, thankfully. I think that was probably one of the big benefits. Even though, like, Florida was cooler in January, they were definitely still more humid. So I think it probably helped heal my hands up. And then we came back to, like, the extreme cold. Probably would help if I actually drank more water too. Looking at some of that. I'm not dehydrated, but let's chug some water anyway. Considering that the majority of my liquid the past few days has been coffee or other sundry bubbly drinks, some water's probably a good idea. I did chug a big bottle before I went to bed last night though. So I'm still paying for that cat cuddle. Man. Fabric fluff, Flynn fluff, just everything. Tell tell it's like a little bit warmer or a little bit cooler. I can't tell because it's like, but my rings are loose and they keep like rotating. They are not normally loose, so I can't go like size them down right now, but just loose enough to be annoying. All right. And of course the bobbin thread ran out just at the beginning of this seam instead of the last seam. Okay. I do need to take my so my engagement band previously has like broken like right in half, or well, not right in half, but like cracked through the band, and so I took it in to get repaired, got it back, and then within a couple weeks it had gouged out, and so I haven't taken it back in to get repaired again, but now there's like a crack through like the finish, so I'm gonna have to have warranty on the ring, so I'm going to need to just find the warranty certificate and take it in to get it fixed again. It's just annoying because I don't like being away from it. But yeah. Five more bags. 5 more. Yeah, this is getting to the point where I almost need to take it off. That would be annoying too. So the question now becomes, where is the warranty certificate? I think I know where it is actually. Actually, I think it might be right here, in amongst my stationery stuff, because I'm pretty sure that's where it got, like I had it tucked in my stationery drawer in the old house. Random place, but it's somewhere that I was like inconsistently, so I knew where they were, because I have warranty on a couple other things, and actually one of the other things does need to be taken in as well and fixed. I don't know what that one is, but I have a fairly good guess of where the engagement band warranty is. Well, not a good idea. An educated guess as to where they are, where it is. very close to something there that was not happy about my finger being there. Okay, and this has a tag. It has a tag. Sweet. Remember, this fabric definitely came from Kyoto, but I can't remember if it came from like Nomura Taylor or Nomura Taylor House. Should go look at the like shopping overview videos I took when I was there. That's the easiest way to tell. Laid it all out on the bed to preview it. Although I wouldn't be able to tell you if it was House or just Nomura Taylor. But who knows? It could have been tomato. I don't feel like it was. I feel like it was Kyoto. I said that so authoritatively to begin with, and now I'm like, maybe it wasn't Kyoto. I don't know. It really doesn't matter. It's all Japanese fabric. But it's sometimes just cool to know which city it came from. So, and some of them I remember distinctly, and then others it's like, I don't know. Who knows? Pretty sure this came from Tokyo. Okay, so that'll put us around 4:30-ish. So yeah, so we'll start turning bags. Been to the bank already. I went and did the display pickups. That will hopefully work, so I've done that already. Just debating if I don't finish till about 4:30, if I should continue like to turning or if I should pack bags and start gathering the stuff. Probably should start gathering the stuff because gathering the stuff is more difficult once the kids are home. And then I can leave the turning and the finishing for post bedtime. Bedtime goes smooth, that's the issue. Although loading the truck when they're in bed is also an issue if they don't go to bed, so. Now we'll turn the bags. I think I can turn all the bags before I have to leave the house. Because then all it really is one last inspection and a finishing seam. I do need to throw the black thread in because I had a roller coaster of an order and it turned out that the zipper tape had not been installed correctly on the large box bag. Fun. So it got returned to me, so I repaired the zipper already. It is now installed correctly, but the top stitching needs to be redone. So just a patch of it. So I think we will swap out the black thread after we've done all the turning and just run the leg. I think it's like maybe 2 inches of top stitching, if that. I think it's probably even less than that, to be honest. Three more. I am so done sewing for now. So done with sewing. Right, and we're gonna take the, we've got to take the Mickey ring off my right hand because it likes to snag everything it can snag. It's a super cute ring, but it's like not. It just likes to snag everything, which I didn't think of when I got it. So, but I was turning a bag the other day and it snagged, and I'm like, okay. That's not cool. Not fun for my finger. Okay, come on, fabric. Cooperate, please. Thank you. There we go. Pop it on here. Go across. Ding a ding. Got a tag, I can see it. I swear I keep moving that tripod around to be like, now it's not gonna wiggle when I'm sewing because it's not pressing against the sewing table. And then I look up and here it is, pressed against the sewing table again. I just realized a better orientation for the sewing table might be to actually face the table out the window instead of into the room. Because it's not like I'm watching TV when I'm sewing, because I am far more concerned about not sewing through my fingers. That is a consideration that I cannot act on right now, but might be worthy of action soon. Two more bags. Two more. One more sassy cat, black cat in wisteria, this time on the navy. I didn't think this one made the cut, but I am sure glad it did. Not like I was making the decisions. I'm glad it randomly spawned into my finish pile. Yeah, I totally counted the number of good wall panels. I did not count the number of legs I'm going to need. So there's going to be 1, 2. I think I only need like 3 legs. Because the triangle shelves help hold it in the corner, and then dual panels get zip tied anyway. So like on the one side, it only needs 1 leg, and I think the other side only needs 1 leg, maybe 2 legs. Take another look at the diagram before I pack the grid wall. That's what I figure I need 6 panels. Oh, I'll need 1, 2, 3 legs. Right, should grab some insurance coverage. Just because we covered the knot. Gonna finish this last bag that's on my lap. Then it'll be stretch break. And then it'll be turning time. Sweet, last bag. We've more or less done it again. Done it enough again. As always, there's always more to finish, and that's fine. Right, just realized this should actually be on this side again because I've undone the zipper so much so that the mic is on the back of the fabric, and so this will actually lock or block my voice out a lot less. Instead of the mumble of like stuff. We have a tag. Excellent. So we're on the last bag that we're going to be able to finish for Fibre Shindig, or at least for the exteriors. What we're going to do next is we're going to go in and do all the berthing and kind of like a final inspection, and then we will do all of the finishing seams once the kiddos are in bed. So please send Sleepy Sandman our way tonight. I can't believe that it's basically it's 4:20. Already, that's insane. I am very pleased with the amount that we've gotten done though, considering that I had to go out and do all that runaround today. So, but hey, coin is extremely important for being able to actually take cash. So, 2 more seams, 2 more seams, then a stretch and some coffee. I don't know how many people saw the reel that kind of made the rounds last year. I'm sure it will this year too, of like the I don't know, when you're a potter, when you're a crafter, whatever, and you sit that up, and it was like all the little back pops because you're stretching everything out. Yeah, that's what this feels like. Okay, we are done all of the interior seams. So now we are just down, excuse me, to turning the bags and doing the finishing seam. I think we'll be able to turn everything. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn everything. I'm going to turn the sewing machine off so I don't accidentally put my foot on the pedal and sew my fingers. And for now, what we're going to do, and especially now that the machine is off, we're just going to turn everything. And then we will do finishing seams once the kids are in bed. So like I said, send the Sandman tonight, please, so they'll go to sleep. We shouldn't have too many problems because they'll have been at school all day. So as long as they don't power nap in the truck, we'll be fine. So actually, as much as I was like, we're going to pop them in the truck with their devices and then like load the truck while they're still in there, we're going to go out I'm going to go change them and go for my run. They can fall asleep in the stroller. That's really early though then. And then they'll just be up earlier. This is a tough one. Could still load the truck and just not worry about it and then go for the run afterwards. I think that's still a better option. It'll probably take me about 45 minutes to load the truck, which isn't bad. Although, if I go for my run first, it's out of the way. I don't know. I guess I'll see what kind of mood they're in actually when I pick them up. If we do truck loading or if we do run and bed first. Because I don't know. Alright, so this is where the real magic really happens, because now we are turning all of those very nice 2D objects into very non-2D objects. I'm actually going to zoom the camera out here into the ultra wide so that you can see what's happening a little bit better. Pop these here, move these over here again. Berth the bags through that final seam that we haven't closed yet. And then, oh man, it's such a good fabric. Here, I'm actually going to turn, there we go. Now you can like see with the ring light a little bit better too. Sakura on the gold mustard, gold mustard, whatever we want to call it. I'm not 100% sure. It's like gold and it's mustard. Like mustard seed too, not like French's yellow mustard, like Dijon, artisan Dijon mustard seed mustard. Okay. Oh, yeah. so there is the black cat with wisteria on navy. As much as you can't really see the cats on the camera, just know they're there, and honestly they look really, 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 really good in person. Like, does it go up any higher? But it does not. Okay, now we're gonna just grab a big handful from the ironing board. Actually, we're gonna grab, I guess, 2 big handfuls, kind of. Pop it down here. Start with strawberries. Lots of strawberries coming to Shindig this weekend. We've got 2 colorways of these itsy bitsies, and then we've got a 2 colorways of the cotton linen strawberries as well. Very cute. Banana cat. Banana cat. Banana cat. Banana cat. Yes, we have been blessed with multiple cat in strawberry hat banana cats. Excellent. Black cat amongst wisteria on red. So one of the main things that, like, why I really like that navy one is because the wisteria on it are like pink and purple. The wisteria on this one on the red are like purple and kind of an off-white yellow. Off-white to yellow colorway. And I've mentioned this before, and I will mention it again. The wisteria are my absolute favorite spring flower in Japan. Although I keep seeing gardens of like peonies and peonies and peonies and peonies, and now I really want to go during peony season because those are my absolute all-time favorite flowers. Although we looked it up. So actually, sorry, so there was a caveat to that. My favorite Japanese flower in the spring is wisteria. Sakura, totally worth going to see. But if I had to choose, I would go with wisteria in May. Problem with going with wisteria in May is that typically they're blooming in early May, and that's Golden Week, which is like so busy because it's like it's a week-long national holiday for Japan, so it's just not when I want to be there. The retro cafe print is looking mighty fine as well. Anyway, so that is my favorite Japanese spring flowers, wisteria. My favorite Japanese fall flower is the higambana. We looked it up the other day. It's called a spider lily. It's bright red. Yeah. It's absolutely gorgeous. And I would have to find out if it's actually native to Japan or not. I don't see it outside of like Japanese iconography. It's not something that's like I see in illustrations from Victorian England or anything like that, so I think it probably is. If not, maybe Japan native, maybe native to Asia specifically, sort of thing. Although if it's got an English name like spider lily, maybe. I don't know. But it's very pretty. It's very delicate, but it's also very bright. It's also, and it's a very distinct red as well. Potato cat. So this is potato cat on sand. Quite nice. Have to pay attention to which ones are like... Okay, so this is the new interfacing. That is feeling really good, and it is holding its shape very well. Stands up on its own, stands up on its own. It passes the test. It is a little bit softer than the in-between interfacing. So like this is the brand new interfacing. This is the old fusible interfacing. Banana Cats is the non-fusible interfacing. And now that I've been sewing with the fusible versus the non-fusible, I will not be looking back from the fusible interfacing. We will, yeah, it's just, there's nothing wrong with the non-fusible. It worked for what I needed it to do and the skill level I was at, but it's time to move on, besides the cost of it changing so much. I remember them still being shocked when I wanted to buy like the bulk rolls of the non-fusible interfacing. It's like, yeah, I want to buy the bulk rolls because I work in like it's a production thing. Oh, it's so good. Parasols on navy. And we did actually manage to not have the zipper pull visible, or zipper stop visible, so that's nice. We're going to next turn the Cats doing laundry on kind of that dusty aqua. Very light dusting, but it's not bright aqua either. Is this also the newer interfacing? No, this is a little bit older interfacing. Okay, interesting. So maybe not that big a difference. So that's good, because there shouldn't be that big difference given that it's the same. It's supposed to be the same weight as per their stock system. And it's really fun because the handle is like a little laundry line of cats doing cat laundry, or laundry of some description, but love it. I'm glad I went with the charcoal zipper for that bag because it is like both blends in and does like complements. Alright, the Pixel Cats on pink. I'm calling them the Pixel Cats because they remind me of the 6-bit gaming console like SNES, and I guess maybe the color schemes, because they're not very blocky, but maybe the color schemes from those games and stuff like that. Very bright. Very similar colors. It's a bunch of cats. A lot of them are grumpy. I'll take it. And actually the handle worked out really well in that there's like a full band of a set of cats across the middle of it, more or less. Okay, actually, and then we're gonna go with Debonair Scarf Cat. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's the scarf or just like the illustration, but this strikes me as a very French cat. Probably the scarf. Always has too. Like even right when I bought it, it looks like some sort of French illustration of a cat. Which, you know what, is like on track with Japan as well. So I like to amalgamate in a lot of French and French words and stuff like that. Super cute. So for everyone who's coming to Fibre Shindig, this is your pre-shopping moment for what should be available tomorrow. This is just large box bags. The other stuff is all listed online, outside of new Notions pouches, and what else didn't get listed online yet? Oh, the planner pouches. That's right. So, but if you're here for large box bags, these are them. There's that Shiba Inu with the retro signs on pink. And then I've got the retro Shiba Inu on, I think this is going to be light gray. Yep. All of these are finished with a blue zipper, like navy blue, because they all have at least one element that's navy blue in them, so there is some cohesiveness to them. And there will be small box bags of these prints available as well. So if you want the matching set, make sure to let me know or get there early. Show starts at 10 tomorrow. Shiba on light gray. And yeah, it runs from 10 to 4 tomorrow, and it's at the Genesis Center up in the northeast Calgary. Not Genesis Place, that's in Airdrie. Genesis Center. Oh, these hedgies are adorable. It's very nice, like, simple print. I like it because it's hedgehogs, but they kind of look like, I don't know, it's a little bit more subtle. The color is really nice, and that zipper blended in extremely well. I'm very pleased that I remembered that I had this color. Turtle time. Turtles. Turtles. Go. Turtles are nice and bright. They're on a really nice dark navy with some like lighter kind of scratched off lines, it looks like, and then much lighter blue bubbles. And they're all kind of got like little floral patterns on them or Japanese patterns on them. Super cute. Capybara in onsen. Feels like I might not have opened the zipper on, of course. I was very diligent with most of these, and then this is the one that I skipped. And it's done all the way up. Oh. Okay, like I said, it's not the end of the world, but this is a pain in the butt to resolve. Okay, there we go. That one actually opened far easier than I was anticipating. All right. Still easier when it's not closed, but that one wasn't bad at all. Okay. Let's get this pushed out. Capybara on onsen, or in onsen. Best part of this one is it's the yuzu bass, but then they also have one that has like a little rubber duck. Super cute. Okay. Did I need... No, we're good. All right. Grab another set of bags here. Some of them have actually fallen over, so eventually I'm gonna have to like unclip from my mic and go grab them, but this is not the time. Grab a whole armful right now. Actually, let's just, there we go. I don't remember why. I don't remember why we did this one, but apparently we just need to do the finishing seam. Yes. Okay. Finishing seam. Small box bag. I wonder if I can reach them. Let's see. Let's see if I can get this without having to unclip. Yep, except for one on the floor, we're good. Sweet. Okay. We've got the black cats with strawberries already turned. And then there's one on the floor here if I can reach it. Phew. Did it. Okay. So, itty bitty strap. Let's just start with some of these. Get out of here. Itty bitty strawberries on light blue. I don't know why I didn't think to like just make sure that the light was actually on these as I was turning them. The ring light is not doing nothing, but it's not working very well right now. It's because the blinds are open, and that's fine. I would much prefer the natural light, but it doesn't help the video quality on this side of the room very much. And if you're like, Katie, why aren't you under the windows? Well, let me tell you a story. When we first moved in here, I was under the windows. I liked being under the windows. It was not a big deal. I could just push the bags over the edge onto the window ledge. Open the window, have a nice summer breeze right over my legs. But little did I know that the cats also sat on my sewing table. And so when I sat down to sew one night, I gobbled like a good third of a cone of thread. Because the cats had pulled it over the hand wheel. Alright, no big deal. I'll just pull the thread off of there. Turned out it was a big deal because it actually makes your oil leak from the machine. So I had to like take apart the whole machine, or like not the whole machine, but the whole hand crank down here, which is a pain in the butt because of the needle synchronizer. The needle synchronizer, I have not resynced it. Yeah. I'm not putting the sewing machine against the windows again, although I do think I might turn it now, thinking about it, so that I'm facing the windows, because then there would be more light onto the desk instead of along the side of the desk, and that would, again, open up the tripod filming quite a bit. So, like, the phone camera would have a lot more options for angles, I think. I don't know if that'll actually work, but I think that it is worth a try, because really all I have to do is just swing the machine. I think it would also help a little bit because then the table behind me would become a little bit more of a sewing holder instead of me always having to like turn around to pick stuff up, sort of thing. Obviously the cart here is awesome, but the table sometimes is nice. And then basically it would be this like wall behind me, that's like behind the ring light right now, which would make a nice clean filming space. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, it's so good. Like I said, it's just like, I know they're gonna turn out good, but sometimes you just turn them and they're like so good. Plus, I like being enthusiastic about my products, because why wouldn't I be enthusiastic about my products? As much as I complain about stuff some days. It's the interfacing, it's not actually the bags. Yes. I know they're not crochet, but like, they still give off crochet vibes, and I don't know why, to be honest. Because like when I was buying them in the store, I was like, oh yeah, the crocheters will love these. And I'm like, but that's not crochet. I don't get it. I don't get it. It's weird. Whatever. We're just going to roll with it. We're going to ignore the fact that it's not crochet. Alright, I don't know if we're going to be able to turn everything in 15 minutes, but we are going to try. Actually, I don't even have 15 minutes because I got to go upstairs and make they're just getting pizza pops again for dinner because, I can feed them in the truck. So I need to give myself a few minutes to do that. So I need to go up at, let's say 4:50. We're going to give me 5 more minutes to do as much as I can do. Not a big deal because I do think we're about halfway through the turning. So this is what we're going to be finishing tonight, is the turning and those last seams for the actual like turning, like the birthing. I'm not going to repeat what just popped into my head. But anyway, for the turning seam, we'll have to the last opening has to be closed up. There we go. Oh, no. Yeah, so there's that nice blue background sakura. Like, the colorways on it are just so good. I really like I said, the gold mustard version of that one is just as well. But that blue with those sakura, that's what I like the best about that one, is that it reminds me of going and seeing the sakura towards dusk. And then the evening, because they'll, the communities hang lanterns in the sakura, and it's just, it's just so good. Now I do want to go back for Hanami. One day, we're definitely going to take the kids one day. But again, it's one of those ones where it's you cannot avoid the cost of the flights. So it'll be a few years down the road when they can actually really appreciate it. And then Dallas can redo his Hanami as well. Because our first trip was a little bit intense, and I think it did take him back a little bit because he had previously lived in Indonesia. And so he was expecting, I think, a lot more English speakers, which there were not as many. This was almost 10 years ago. There's a lot more now. These fans, I tell you, every time, they just look better and better. And the black version, I do like the black version of that better than the light blue version. The light blue version is also spectacular, but for some reason the black just really catches my eye. Anyway, yeah, I think Dallas was a little bit taken aback because everyone in Indonesia was learning or speaking English. And so you didn't need much Indonesian, but Japan, you don't need it, but you do get further if you have some basic Japanese. So we had it was a very intense trip. Excuse me, on top of it being Hanami. So I think a do-over is in order in a few years. Once the kids kind of express an interest in it, I guess. I didn't open the zipper on this one either. Oh, and it's even harder on the small. Oh no, never mind. The zipper tape is way easier to open. What the heck? Okay, apparently everything is dusty and my nose is not appreciating it. Okay, we're going to turn out the Shiba Inu bag, and then I'll choose one more to turn, and then I will be departing for now. I'll be back on after the kids go to bed, though, so because we need to finish turning and the finishing seams, which is nowhere near as much work as the interior seams are, because it's turn and one seam a piece. Probably another couple hours of work, but nothing too bad. Okay, let's do one more. I want to do the fruit cats. Yeah. Yeah, it's neon colors that have been pasteled. It's such a good colorway, but it's so hard to describe what it looks like unless you see it in person, but it looks so good. Of course I start sniffling right at the end. All right. We probably have, I don't know, maybe 30 more to turn. So considering that we got like probably about 20 done in 15 minutes, we don't have that much left to do. So I will let you know via Instagram when I'm going to be back on live stream for tonight. And if you want to preview the rest of the bags kind of that are coming for Shindig, that is the best time to do that. Everything else, like I said, is mostly online. If there's something that you would like to snag or have me set aside, please send me a note on Instagram, and I can definitely set that aside. I'm more than happy to do that. Oh my goodness. Okay, and there we go. I just wanted to pick those all up from off the floor so that the cats don't get them. Anyway, I will see you all in a few hours, and hopefully by that point I will have the majority of my other stuff done. Yeah, but I'll chat with you all soon either way. Bye.